There
Oh,
we
there you
go.
go.
Now we have everybody, and good morning, everybody. We found the proper button to let everybody in. Thank you for joining us this morning for this morning's webinar, where we'll talk about construction management technology and try and help you identify and embrace some of the trends that are coming up. Next slide, please, Rafael. This meeting is being recorded. I'm Harry Overstreet. Of course, here's my slide here. So I'm the post-award project administrator. We have a great program. We have pre-award service and post-award services. Next slide, please, Rafael. We're going to move through this quickly. We have a lot of good information to share with you. A little bit just about the program. We have pre-award and post-award services designed to help you. So I'm a contact person for all that. We ask that you mute yourself during the presentation. We have a chat that's available for questions. Please feel free to add your questions into the chat. There's a lot of good information here. Next slide, please, Rafael. And Rafael Bolin is our presenter, and we'll bring him in, and he's got a lot of great information for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you and good morning. So I'm going to talk today about construction management technology, specifically as it applies to what we do in construction management, design services, as well as project management. So I'm going to give you just a brief overview of what this stuff is, just at the highest level, like why do we even care? We're going to focus on the why of it. The why does this matter? Like what does this mean to an SBE, to a DDE firm? And then just a note that even though I'm talking about this as if it's new technology, in many cases this really isn't new technology. It's the application of the technology that I'm really going to focus on. Right? So some of this stuff has been around for, in some cases, several decades, but where things are changing and becoming more integrated in the CM world, that's really what I'm going to focus on in this presentation. So I mentioned that, I'm going to use the term new or emerging sort of interchangeably in this presentation. That's because some of this stuff has been around for a while in other disciplines and it's only now coming to CM, or it's the application that's new and the thing itself has been around for a while. Right. For example, we're going to talk about some of the stuff we can do with cameras. Well, obviously video cameras have been around since the 80s. This is really just an issue of with the advent of an enhanced storage capability, we're able to do much more stuff with it. I am going to focus the presentation really on the applications to what we do for a living. So I'm not as interested. I mean, you guys can Google this, but there's obviously a plethora of applications for a lot of this stuff in different industries and growth stuff. I mean, you can read endlessly on AI, for example. I'm really just going to focus on like what does it mean for us doing business here at BART. I will, in part of the presentation, go through a list of vendors. This is not an infomercial. I checked my 401k last night. I don't have stock in any of these companies. This is just more for just to give you an idea of like who are we talking about here? Like when we talk about this technology, who do we mean, right? And then we're going to talk about some of the benefits, but also some of the risks that some of this stuff has, right? So it's both. Can't have one without the other. Why does it matter? At the highest level, I would say that technology is coming for our industry, whether we like it or not. So this is stuff that's happening with or without us. So it's not really a matter of how do we feel about it, or do we think this is what's best for the industry? It's coming. In many cases, it's here, and now it's a question of what are we going to do about it as SBE DBEs. So there's kind of a good way and a bad way to talk about that, and I'll do it backwards and talk about sort of the glasses half empty side, which is, if you're not looking at it, your competition is, right? So again, if we're not, this is not my thing. I don't really care about this technology, but your competition is investing in it, right? So we just need to be aware of that fact. And then the nicer way of saying that is that, this can be a differentiator, right? So these are not very expensive technologies in many cases. This is not capital intensive stuff where you can't outcompete the big boys. This is stuff where, in some cases we'll go through it, but in some cases they have reduced cost plans for small businesses, for SBE DBEs. And it can be a differentiator, right? Like if you step out and are one of the first firms to offer this service to BART, that could be a differentiator. And we'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about the sort of what I call the elevator pitch, right? You're in BART BHQ. You're coming down from the 10th to the ground floor. You're talking with a prime. You know, 3 floors in, they realize you do CMPM work. Why you? What is it about you? And this can be an answer to that question. Okay, so if just from a high level, like why does anybody care about this stuff? Like what does it matter, right? And it really just comes down to efficiency, right? The idea is that you can do more with less. That's really the whole point of any of this, right? Why do people invent machines in the first place? It's to allow you to do more stuff that you couldn't do before easier. It also improves accuracy by automating certain things. As we learned during COVID, there's a benefit in having collaboration in different locations to different markets, different time zones. And so I think we all learned a strong lesson of that over COVID that, you can do work with people who aren't physically co-located with you. Uh, it's all about more information. And then with that information, you can do things like have better cost control and make better decisions. And then sort of ultimately reduce waste that was associated with rework or things like that. So it's really just about efficiency. That's, if you take one point from that, I would say this thing allows us to do more with less. And then the question is, do we then take that and do more with more, or do we just take it and just react to the technology? All right, these are the 12 technologies I'm going to discuss today. Remember, these are not all new. Some of these have been around for a while. So I'm going to focus on the application or the thing about it in CM or the SDC that now makes this thing different than it was 15 years ago. I'm going to talk about construction project management software. We're going to talk about BIM, building information modeling, uh, the Internet of Things. We'll touch on drone technology, different types of inspection technology, mobile computing, I'm sorry, cloud computing, predictive analytics, which is sort of the what do you do with all the information I just described, image capture and video recording, video analytics, and then AI. We'll talk a little bit about the pros and cons of that one because this is a hot button. I'm sure everybody gets their fill of news about AI, but it is something that's coming for our industry, and we need to talk about it. And we're going to talk about some of the danger signs on that as well, and then finish up with virtual and augmented reality. Let's start with CM software. So this has been around in the industry for a bit, right? So we've had scheduling software obviously since the 90s, budgeting and cost control even before then. Some of this stuff is not new. What is new about it is the fact that it's now all integrated, right? So I think in the past, whereas you had, maybe 5 different software packages to do what I described below, now very often this is either 1 or at most 2 software packages. The other thing that has changed in the industry is that owners, BART included, are beginning to specify individual packages so that everyone's using the same tool. So, for example, I'm working on a project right here at BART now, and in that contract, the contract will stipulate that the design builder and the owner's team all are going to use the same document management system, right? So it's not like I'm entering a letter in Procore, you're receiving it in something else. It's all integrated, so you enter the information once, and this is going to become more and more a thing in our industry. So the application really is for all projects at this point. I think very, very few, all but the smallest jobs will probably have this. If they don't now, very soon. Um, it helps with contracts. It certainly helps with correspondence back and forth. I think gone are the days of pure email back and forth. And of course with design, tracking, updating, things like that, it's really critical at this point. The advantages are that it's all secured. There's an automatic backup. You don't have to worry about file storage, integrity. It's scalable, right? You can start with a very small module and you can build off of that. And quite frankly, this stuff is cost effective. We talked about reduced cost stuff. In many cases, some of the software is even free and you can use that mode. We'll talk about the pros and cons of free stuff later on, but in this case, I think there's not a lot of pitfall in using some of the reduced cost versions of this that companies offer. So a lot of people make this stuff. This is just a sampling. I'm sure there's more that I missed. I would say PlanGrid and Procore out of that list are probably the 2 big ones at this point. PlanGrid more for the tracking and the updates for as-built, etc. Procore, I think, has got a pretty standard integrated thing, but really good for tracking, the timeliness of submittals, things like that. You can pull any metric you want off of it. Once the data is in there, you can print out pretty graphs. You can do whatever you want. I mean, you don't have to import to Excel. You don't have to do any of that stuff. But most of these things do the same thing, and most of these software packages are now being integrated. Right, Primavera, right, just used to make exclusively scheduling software, right? Back when I was starting, it was P3, just to tell you how old I am, and then obviously they moved into P6, and now it's really again, the thing is that now it's integrated with all this other stuff, right? So you can do cost coding out of your software that does your scheduling and vice versa. So the next one I'd like to talk about is drone technology, right? So they're used increasingly on construction projects just because of the access. And quite frankly, it's a relatively cheap way to do a lot of surveying, progress monitoring, even safety inspection from the air rather than trying to get on the ground. That works double for working on the railroad when you have to book these individual windows, obviously track access, a big part of working at BART. And so, drone technology allows you to bypass that. It's also great for places that have difficult access, right? Like at BART, much of our infrastructure is elevated viaduct, and it's not always super easy to get up there, right? Sometimes you have to go several miles away to get access to the portal, and this allows you access from essentially anywhere. The reason people use it is the speed, right? It's quick. You can get this thing done. At Caltrain, I think we shot a whole 54 miles over a weekend versus weeks of surveying the old-fashioned way. Um, I do want to caution there are issues with operating on a live railroad, and you do need to check with BART or the operator before you do that because there are FRA concerns and more generally BART concerns when you deal with because it is an operating envelope, right? So you don't want just anybody obviously out there operating a drone. It's a potential safety thing. So you definitely want to work with BART about the how of it. But in terms of the what, this is something that really speeds it up. This is an example I pulled from some work that was done at the Honolulu, the big job there in Hawaii, and that whole thing was shot from the air. Now, mind you, that was a greenfield, so it was a little bit easier. But in terms of access and everything, I mean, it's Hawaii, so there's not an infinite number of roads going around, but definitely sped things up. And just to be clear, it's not just visual anymore. They have, LiDAR, they have thermal imaging on these things now. I mean, just about anything you could do from a conventional platform, you can now do from the air for a lot less money. People who make it, again, there's a number. I mean, I just listed 5 or 6 of these, but they're, just about everybody makes these things at this point, depending on how much money you want to spend and how heavy a payload you want to carry. So BIM, or building information modeling, this is technology that started in vertical construction and is still probably more prevalent in vertical than it is in our industry, but it is definitely moving into our industry, and it is the future of really design CAD type stuff. So at its most basic, it's a 3D model that you generate in a CAD type space environment that will allow for a fourth or fifth or eighth dimension, so to speak. So what do I mean by that? I mean, you can add any other characteristic to the model, right? So for instance, you can tag all the steel in the building. You can list the welds on that steel, and you can list the date at which the inspection was done, and you can list the level of that inspection. And so you can use it for maintainability. You can use it, any attribute you want to assign, you can assign in addition to just what it is and where it is, which is the old fashioned way of doing it. So obviously it takes a little bit more work up front. But once it's in there, you can use it for all kinds of applications. Um, so at its most basic, one of the things you can do is it's pretty, right? You can make very nice looking renderings and colors, and you can use what they call 4-dimensional as opposed to 3-dimensional, where you actually see the thing getting assembled in real time. And if nothing else, it makes really cool presentations, and you can actually show people who may not be technical how this thing's going to come together. They also use it for clash detection, right? So it could be as simple as you're laying out rebar, and you put in the tolerance on the rebar to say, well, in the real world, rebar sags, 0.05%, whatever. The concrete itself, obviously has thickness, and so you kind of line everything up. And if it turns red, it means you got a problem, and if it doesn't, it means you don't have a problem. So that's another application for it. And then I talked about scheduling and monitoring, right? You can use it in a four-dimensional model to actually go through it. We were talking yesterday actually about this is a highway application, but 88092 that they actually caught a blatant conflict where you had columns in a live lane as they were doing this modeling, right? So again, a little bit more expensive than thumbing through a plan set, but much, much cheaper than building things and then realizing you just blocked yourself. The real advantage comes on the back end, right? It comes in the ability to do quantity takeoffs with much greater precision, right? In the past, you do it 3 days before you publish the thing, you have somebody go through and count every single bolt. Um, High degree of error, and that's ultimately something that you end up paying for, usually in change orders. Whereas now it's the click of a button. You can just go through and just say, tell me everything that's steel in this building, and tell me its length, its dimension, its thickness, its weight, whatever you want, you can print it out. And then on the logistics side, it's something that agencies are going to start to use. Right now, BART, we use Maximo. It's a much simplified version of this where it's a two-dimensional model, and you can kind of just look at it and say, this thing was replaced 6 months ago on this work order, and you can click on it. This would be the next generation, right? You can go in there and really model it in 3 dimensions and see exactly, okay, well, that thing was attached on this date by this individual and this team, and based on our analytics, it means we have 5 more years before we need to do something there. So, I mean, ultimately, what it's there for, we talked about the visualization piece, right? I mean, but really, it's to improve coordination, right? So you can use it for cost estimating. You can use it to really show people what's going on. But really, it's more and more we're moving towards an integrated world where the different disciplines, the different things, now including things like maintenance, safety, security, all these things are integrated. So it's not different groups coming in at different times trying to see if this thing works. It's already integrated in the plan set. There's a bunch of people who make this. The ones I've used are Revit and Autodesk, but that's me personally. I mean, I'm sure there's other people who make it. An example of where we used it was at San Francisco Airport at the international terminal. They had the whole thing modeled in BIM when we started the job, and it was great. It was amazing. You could click on any weld on any beam, and they could tell you if they did it on a Tuesday or on a Thursday. They could tell you what the latest UT report was, and really, ultimately, what the airport used it for was to know what they needed to do when. Right, rather than just the old model, which is you go up there and inspect things until you find a problem, you could use it to kind of prioritize what you did. Mobile computing technology. This one may not strike us as new, right? Because these have been around for a while, right? We all have one in our pocket. You know, tablets, etc. Everybody's got one, right? But I think again, the what's new about it is the application, right? So at BART now, our inspectors have them out in the field. We're using them live. We can update our diaries in real time, but more importantly, we can look at the most recent version of the as-built or the most recent version of the plan for the thing we're looking at, right? And that's really important in the case that I'm talking about. You're in a design build contract. The plans are iterative, right? It's not as simple as this is the plan set. So change orders, RFIs, updates to that version are constantly happening, and it's critical that the person in the field has access to the most recent information. And then the flip side of it is that that person can tag it in real time, and then the engineers can look at it first thing Monday morning or next shift and get in on it. So really anybody who makes computers, right? So, Samsung, Apple, et cetera, et cetera. And I mentioned CBTC is an application where we're using it right now to connect between the most up-to-date plan set, what's going on, and what's out in the field, and reverse, right? Because, things out in the field often don't look like they did on a piece of paper. And so now you can tag that and say, hey, I know your as-built said you had 2 conduits there. Turns out you got 3. This one I'm putting a question mark on because I'm not positive what it is. And then you can update it, you know, as you're literally having the inspector out there doing it. So then cloud computing. This is another one where it's been around for a while. It's I don't know that the idea of it is new to any of us, right? I mean, it's almost the default now when you look at Microsoft. Certainly, they you try to send an email, they almost don't let you anymore. They tell you to send it over on their remote cloud. But where it is, I think, changing in our industry is really on the scale of which it's done and on the access to it. Right. So in the past, people use this really primarily as a cheap backup, right? So you can put your server in Lithuania instead of San Francisco. But I think now it's moved past that point to where really the centralized location of this information gives you the ability to have it accessible by many more individuals. So the application is just really anything that requires multiple that the data be accessible to multiple individuals that are not co-located, right? So it could be a contract, it could be correspondence related to the project. We talked about that in the first one, right? On the software, the design. I gave you some examples before, right? Where like the ability to know what's actually out there um, used to take a couple of steps, right? You used to have a guy out in the field who marked it up and then sent it back, and then somebody RFI'd it, and then that person went to the designer, and then the designer typically would have to go out there and actually field verify it. And by the time you're done all those links in the chains and you issue a change order, you could be several months down the line, and this speeds that up. So what are the advantages? Well, obviously the first is the secure backup, right? It's stored somewhere. Like if your laptop gets dropped in a bottomless pit, it doesn't automatically wipe out your entire project server. It's scalable, right? You can start at free versions of this that are essentially included with your software package, and then you can go from there. If you can always spend more money, but essentially it's a scalable concept. It's a scalable product. Um, Providers are everybody you think, right? Everyone and their uncle is building these things now, in terms of the access to it. But even more broadly, I would say just about anybody who transfers files at this point has their own servers and what have you. So this is one that BART uses quite a bit. You guys are probably used to using it on SharePoint sites at this point. And again, the advantage here is the application of what do you do about it. It's not the fact that we're storing it. I'll let the IT guys worry about that. It's more that it now allows people for the first time to, you can have multiple people commenting on the same document, right? Instead of I read it and I hand it over to the next guy and the next guy, we're all commenting on it in real time, right? Bluebeam is a classic example of this, right? Where now plans, you can actually comment on people's comments as opposed to waiting till you see stuff come back and then go, oh yeah, that's right. We do have to change that interlock, in which case I got to go run back to the signal house and then I got to do this and this. You're already going to be seeing that. And so your comments will be interactive. You can see other people's what they're doing. You can see them live. You can even see their little name on there saying Rafael is making changes to this drawing. Just about anything that more than one person can work on, more than one person can now work on it at the same time. So it's initially about data storage and the safety of that, but it's really morphed into, I would say, a tool that lets people be collaborative. So then let's talk about other technologies that are going out in the field now, right? Beyond the classic model of inspector watching contractor work, taking notes, right? So that obviously is still part of what we do, right? Is to provide that boots on the ground. But more and more, some of this stuff is automated to where when you're doing repetitive type of inspection services, you can install things, physical things out in the field that will track how it's doing. This started in structures. It's now moving into transportation as well. But anything that has monitoring that occurs over a time frame is open for this technology, right? So it started with a structural thing. People would put little strain gauges on buildings, and then they would, rather than go out there every 6 months to monitor whether the weld was still okay, they would use that to just gauge it. But now we're starting to use it on rail cars, on physical stuff, even on manufactured material, right, where it's ingrained in the product, so you can actually see how it goes over time. A lot of the big technology providers make this stuff as well. Some of the companies that do like testing equipment as well will manufacture this type of stuff. We've used it on CBDC on the train side. We didn't use train gauges. Instead, what we used is accelerometers, but the concept is the same, right? So you're monitoring a thing that would be very difficult to do only in snapshots, right? Because to have to go out there and have a test run is really only going to give you a very, very narrow range of data. Whereas this thing you can test over 3 months, which means you can sort of take the peaks and valleys out and you can see how the thing's actually performing, versus, just going out there once, a quarter and taking the snapshot. It's much more error prone. It's much more open to interpretation. So the sort of so what of that last one is, what do you do with that information is the Internet of Things, right? So now it's just a fancy word to describe any physical object that is tied to the internet through that connectivity, right? This in our industry right now is primarily related to site surveys, to progress monitoring, but also on safety and security. It's becoming more and more a thing on the safety and security side. Anything that has a time component to the monitoring element, right? So again, trying to work ourselves away from the infamous site inspection where 9 safety monitors all converge on the scene and with clipboards and write down what's happening, what's not happening. That's still probably a tool that will be used, but it's a limited tool, right? You just catch a snapshot in time. You don't really understand what's happening over the life cycle, whereas this can be used to monitor things over the longer period. One thing that I will note about this is that in many cases, what is more important than the absolute status of the part is the nature of how quickly it's getting worse, right? So, um, if at BART, for instance, we put in a tremendous amount of seismic retrofit infrastructure in the late '90s into the early 2000s to mid 2000s. Most of that was concrete, some of it was fiber wrapped, and concrete cracks, right? We all know that. It is less important to be aware that there's a crack in the concrete than there is to know the rate at which the crack is getting bigger, right? So a relatively small crack that is growing, is doubling every week is much, much worse than a fairly large crack that's stable, right? In one case, it's simply a matter of making sure water doesn't get in there and cause the steel to corrode or what have you. In the other case, you got yourself a problem, right? So the rate is often more important than the absolute value of what's going on. And I would argue that that goes for other applications as well, for things like safety and security issues as well, where really these narrow spotlight searches that we talked about, where you come in at often after the job is complete and mark them up and say put a barrier here, put a barrier there. It's probably less important than the ability to look at how people are really using it, how they're interacting with it, and also how they're building it, right? I mean, the biggest safety issues are seldom when the job is done, right? Hopefully we've done a good enough job looking at the plans to know that the thing will work when it's constructed. The question is, how do you get it built, right? So you can look at clearances, you can look at offsets, you can look at pinch points, you can look at areas where pedestrian access is limited, you can look at ADA concerns, you can look at potential safety issues, right? Do you have dark areas where somebody could jump out and do something? So it's really taking that kind of inspection to the next level. And then the final piece, I guess, in this sort of for the last 3 or 4, we've been talking about gathering information, tracking the information. Now we're talking about, like, well, what do we do with the information, right? So the issue here is the ability to use past data to extrapolate for future behavior, right? And so the thing that's changed, like, why is this a thing now and it wasn't 30 years ago, really is we have a lot more data now than we used to. right? So again, before it was a guy with a clipboard, you'd go out there, you'd catch the data. These were paper records. Even if you were digitizing them, it was usually a PDF. It was hard to get a measured mile. Now it's really easy to get a measured mile. The other thing that's changed is the speed of the processors allow for much more advanced models. We'll talk about this a little bit when we talk about AI, but computers are getting very, very good at taking past things and inferring future performance based on that past thing. And that could be anything. It could be financial, it could be safety records, it could be physical performance. But in this case, what we're talking about is taking the kinds of stuff that we just described, right? So now you've got real-time data on the performance of cracks in concrete and using that to say, well, all right, crack number 7 is growing this amount per 3 months. How much is it going to grow in 2 years? How much is it going to grow in 5 years? Based on this model, we have a problem in about 3 years. So we should probably get on a fix now, as opposed to, okay, this is a cyclical thing. 30 years from now, we will have an issue with this. It'll also allow you to say, well, okay, this type of connection seems to be a problem. So maybe we should go look at the other ones, not just that one, right? And so I don't know that anyone's doing this now at BART, but I think this is one of those ones that I describe as a potential differentiator, right? Is that, BART spends a lot of money every year trying to figure out the state of their stuff, right? We're operating trains on it. We're putting people on those trains. We need to know that the rail is safe, that the signaling works, that all this stuff happens. And so this is a more efficient way to do that by going where the fire's the hottest, right? Rather than just sort of go out there and survey the crap out of everything, you're going to focus your effort on the things that are most likely to need it. And that's really the point of this, right? It's to know stuff without having to learn by trial and error, right? Which is really, if you think about it, how everybody did stuff up until fairly recently, right? These are some of the big Procore, I think, is the one I've used most on this, but it's really a lot of companies do this now. And again, it's the brains, the guts, the AI in some cases behind it is just gotten a lot smarter, and so you can take much larger data samples and crunch that and make predictive discussions about it. The example I'm going to use again, I'm going to go back to the well, and this one was the SF airport, and we used it again. In this case, it was again on maintainability and the maintenance aspect, right? So you're forecasting a 30, 40-year performance out of 6 months worth of data, right? Which is not, I mean, there's still some forecasting involved, but it's a much more accurate thing than forecasting it out of a 4-minute inspection, right? Or even 2 4-minute inspections, right? 2 different operators, one was on a Friday. There's all kinds of reasons why test 2 could look different than test 1. But when you're looking at it in real time and you're tracking it against the known rate of deterioration, for instance, in the steel, that becomes a powerful thing. Image capture and video recording. So, I mean, this one obviously, as I mentioned before, cameras have been around for a very long time, right? Certainly since the early '80s, people have had VCRs or what have you. The thing that's changed here in the last, let's say, 10 years is it's very, very cheap to store data now. So it used to be, things were measured in megabytes, and now it's terabytes, right? So video is very expensive in terms of how much data it is, but now data is very cheap. Certainly with this offsite storage that we talked about, you can store gazillions of bytes of information and relatively cheaply. And so that's really what's changed in the last 10 years on this stuff, right? The technology of cameras has been around for a while. I will say the cost has gone down a lot. Every time I put in cameras on a new project, the technology is double and the cost is one half, right? It seems to be that we're still reaching that inflection point where eventually we'll just put cameras everywhere, I guess, and then we'll all have, people watching us. But where, again, this is really useful is anything that's time-based, right? So site surveys, people used to film the job site at the beginning of the job, and then they would typically film it at the end to say, look, see, I fixed all this stuff. Hey, that garbage was there before I got there, whatever it is you were trying to prove. Now you can film it constantly. Combined with drone technology, for instance, you can do this on a weekly basis. Sometimes these cameras are stationary and they can do it themselves. But anything that involves a time phase, right? So it could be safety inspection, like we talked about, these pinch points. Um, Cameras are much better than individual people coming out there to look at it and say, hey, that column is 6 feet closer to there than it should be in terms of access, how you can get an excavator around there. You need to do a bypass or something, and then just more progress monitoring. I've used it for believe it or not, for claims. Right, you can use it and go back in time, and you can. A lot of these is just like a cursor on the bottom of the screen. And you can go back in time and say, "You're saying this thing wasn't there. Well, actually, according to this, we have video evidence that that road was overlaid in June. So I don't know what you guys are talking about." It's a simplistic example I would say is like, you guys are probably, well, maybe I'm the only one, but you can Google your house and you can then go back on Google Earth and you can see what it looks like a year ago, 2 years ago. Imagine that, but to a much greater level of granularity, right? You can see it from any angle, but you can also see it at any time. Um, Insta360 is one I've used. Evercam is one I've used. I mean, a lot of people do this. I've used them just for outreach and public stuff, right? Sometimes you make these really cool time phase construction things out of it, but again, you can use them for a lot of stuff that involves knowing when a thing actually happened. The other application for it, back to the whole idea of collaboration, is the ability to be in a place where you yourself are not physically there, right? So I'll give you an example from CBTC. We do a lot of the assembly in South Carolina. Our engineers are primarily here in California, and it's expensive to fly people out to South Carolina just to go look at a factory acceptance test. It's much cheaper to fly maybe one or two individuals out, and then if you're able to film the entire thing, and it's interactive, right? You can zoom, you can pan, you can do it, anything your eyes can do, the camera can do, and they can remember it, right? So you can go through, and so individuals who are there for maybe one portion of the work can see that in real time, and they don't have to fly out and get a hotel and all this kind of stuff. And then it's storeable, right? So if you forget that you saw that 3 weeks ago, you can go back and take a look at it, and it's all there, and you can see exactly what the test results were like, and you can even play it for training purposes. You can show individuals who weren't there, hey, this is what this thing looked like. This is how it assembles. This is how we know this thing works. I mean, anything you could have done in person, you can do um, remotely. And so then the analytics is sort of the other side of, like, again, back to the, like, what do you do about it, right? The big application here is, of course, security, right? People put cameras up, make sure they don't get robbed, make sure nobody gets hurt. Again, as the speed of the ability to translate data has gotten much, much faster, it moves from more of like an insurance type thing where you're like, hey, I'm sorry, your car got broken into, let me go check on it, to more of like a real time or a much more accelerated, like you can actually do stuff about it as opposed to just, um, you know, using it for tracking purposes. So again, for our industry, I think the real application that is coming up now is back to this ability to monitor progress real time. You can see way more stuff than an individual inspector can. You can track the progress of that stuff in time. You can look at safety issues. You can track all of this after the fact, and then the computer is now smart enough to go back and see some of these clash things. So rather than have an individual sitting there watching, 6 hours of film, you can actually see you can pull out almost automatically the moment that there was a car accident or whatever. So you have the ability to be in more places at the same time, relatively speaking. Same people who make the technology make the stuff, right? And again, it can be drone mounted, right? This doesn't have to be on the ground. It can be in the air. It can be in a combination of the air and the ground. The biggest thing is of course still for security purposes, but anything with progress, anything that we were going to do with an inspection can be done more efficiently if that individual is looking at 8 places than if they're looking at one. And remember that they have 100% memory retention, right? So unlike an inspector who can forget things, you're going to know exactly when, where, and how it happened, and you're going to be able to see that from multiple angles, and you're going to be able to use the software to pull that out so you don't have to sit there and literally just scroll through 6 months of tapes. It will actually pull out the moment that there was an issue, or in some cases even flag areas of concern. All right, let's talk about AI. This is the one that everybody's talking about now. This is the thing, it's wave of the future. So people broadly fall into two camps, right? You got people who think that, in 6 months it's going to take every single one of our jobs, and the societies we know it is going to be replaced by AI. And then you got people who are like, look, this thing is nothing, it's a fad, it's just going through this. I'm in between those two extremes. I think this thing has come, it is going to become more a part of what we do. It's already part of what we do. But I think we need to be smart about it. We need to use the tool for what the tool is intended, right? So I think AI is very good at automating certain tasks that are about drawing information from a large information pool and summarizing it or predicting based on it, better than a human being. There's other things that humans are better at than AI, and we'll talk about that. But I think if we're talking about drawing conclusions and drawing information and extrapolating from a mass pool of information, AI is definitely a tool that this industry is starting to use. So, and it could be anything. It could be, from cost control issue, you can draw patterns from past behavior. You can look at it for planning. Really anything that the metrics can be used from either your job or even 5,000 other similar jobs to draw conclusions about what's going to happen, AI can do on a grander scale than a human being can do. The main providers, I mean, there's a handful of them now, but they're, I think everyone who is in software at this point is now getting into AI. One example that I'm going to use for this industry, because it's probably one of the low-hanging fruit, is the ability to take meeting minutes to summarize action items. I don't see any this time, but I might have missed it. But certainly last time I did one of these presentations, I noted that 3 or 4 of the attendees were really just AI bots recording what I had to say. So it's definitely come. It's come for our industry, and it's going to get more so, right? I think anything that it allows us to put stuff in a standard format, right? Like we have a way of talking in our industry, whether it's RFI responses, whether it's going back to the contract. AI can go through that contract quite a bit faster than you can and pull out the reference and draw that out, and that is definitely coming for our industry. Just because this is ubiquitous now, I want to talk a little bit about some of the risks on this one, because nothing's for free. And so let's start with the free versions of these things. So I think a lot of people use the free version for, taking minutes, things like that. But there's a thing in software, which is like if a product, I know I talked about low cost previously in this presentation, like a good thing, and it often is a good thing. But in this case, you just have to think, if something is free, it's because you are the product, right? So if you think about, you're using a free AI tool that is drawing data from somewhere, it's that you've signed away the rights to your data, right? So somewhere in that 600-page document that you clicked accept the terms on, it gives the provider access to all your stuff. And that's how they're able to operate that as a free product. It's because they're using what's available out there. So you just need to think, like, is the thing that I'm sharing with the world something I'm comfortable sharing with the world, right? So some people use it on their like to do accruals and what have you on their own personal finance or their company finance. That's not something I would typically want to share with the entire world. If you're comfortable with that, then absolutely, by all means. But I would recommend that people look at the pay versions. They're only like $50-$60 a month, which I know is not nothing, but I think it's cheaper than just selling all your stuff to the internet. So free version, not free. Please look at the fact that your data is now in the public domain, essentially. The other thing to look at is that, at least for now, I'm sure smart people are working on it as we speak, but at least for now, AI is not perfect, right? And it sometimes comes up with what they call hallucinations. So you do need to read the thing and make sure that every once in a while you're going to see some garbage there that is just garbage. And so you do, until they fix that, you need to have some human eyes on the problem. And then the last one I'll touch about, this is kind of a broader topic, but is sort of the ownership of the work product, right? So I think agencies are paying us, right? They're paying us to do a thing. And so I think if we're taking a document and we're using AI to write it in a certain form, or we're harmonizing it with a contract, I don't think anybody is being hurt by that. It allows us to turn the product around quicker, and everybody wins. BART wins, we win. I think there's a point though where we're essentially selling somebody else's work product, and that's something that agencies are looking at now. Some agencies are requiring that you state whether AI has been used as part of this. It's just something that needs to be considered, right? So I think all of us are experts in our field, and that's ultimately the thing that we're getting paid for. But I think we need to be cautious of that line of where you're just basically using the tool to do the stuff, to do your homework for you, if you will. And then at that point, number one, it's an ethical issue, but also number two, really, quite frankly, like our value add starts to go down, right? Because now you're essentially just automating a thing, and there's a reason that BART hires qualified SBEDBs to do this work, right? It's because they're paying for our expertise on that. So if you're just going to let the mass of the internet, I mean, I see AI answers on Google all the time that are absolute garbage, and I'm sure you guys do too, right? I mean, just because majority rules. I mean, if you want to go back in history, majority has agreed with some pretty horrible things over time, right? So I'd be careful about using who votes for this as the way to decide technical issues. Um, and the last item I want to talk about is this idea of virtual reality or augmented reality. You'll hear it both used interchangeably. So essentially, this is any kind of like real model, if you will, or interactive model that allows you to see something that doesn't exist yet, right? So people use it anytime they want to see what's out there closer to how they really would, right? So it could be something as simple as visually taking a walk through the job site, all the way up to things that don't even exist at this point. The advantage, as always, is access to more info, right? So this is one where we've used it on CBTC is primarily for its training application, right? So in particular for operators, we've used it to train the operators on what the system is going to look like when it's up and running. Right, because otherwise you got a chicken and the egg problem where you have operators who can't operate on a system that they have inserted for, but they can't cert on the system because it's not there yet. So you're kind of stuck. So this kind of allows you to sidestep. It's almost like a flight simulator on a plane, right? You can literally see what's going to be out there. You can see what the controls are going to look like. You can drive the thing before you're actually driving it, and also significantly cheaper too, right? So this use it a lot for non-technical people to say, hey, this is what this thing looks like. But also, quite frankly, for technical folks, sometimes it doesn't hurt for us to see it in an immersive environment where we can see stuff. I'm going back to the safety and security stuff because a lot of times that stuff gets caught very late in the job, often during your walkthrough, right? There's nothing worse than doing a punch list walk. You're ready to go on to the next job, and somebody finds a security or an ADA issue or something like that. Very expensive to fix once you've already poured the concrete, right? As an interactive model, much cheaper to fix it on a BIM model than to actually build the thing and then realize you built it wrong. Okay, I'm gonna circle back to the beginning of this thing. What did we talk about? What are the takeaways? So the fundamental takeaway here, as we said at the beginning, is that this stuff is happening. It's coming. How you feel about it is almost incidental to the point, right? This change is coming, and it's going to keep coming at an ever increasing rate. So there are two ways we can deal with this as small businesses. We can bury our heads in the sand. We can attempt to ignore it and let the big kids worry about it. But I assure you that if you're not looking at some of these technologies, your competition is. So if you want to look at our ability to work here at BART, our ability to do as much as our competition does in the same 8 or 10 hour day, other people are using it. We need to at least look at it, whether it works for us. The plus side of that, the glass is half full side of that, is that, this kind of technology is not, as we said, highly capital intensive. It's not very expensive stuff, right? It's more someone needs to be smart enough to see the benefit in using some of this stuff for what we do every day as CM, DSDC, and PM. right? So technology can be that differentiator because a lot of people do surveys, a lot of people do construction inspection, and it get back to what I started this presentation with, the elevator ride down from the 10th floor at BHQ, and you only have 9 more floors to tell me why I should bring you on the team and not somebody else. And I'm sure you're great at what you do. I'm sure you're smart. I'm sure you've been doing this for a long time, but so is your competition. So this can be a differentiator, right? If we peel this out, some of this stuff BART is doing now, some of this stuff BART will be doing in the future. But a lot of this starts with somebody coming up with an idea, proposing it to somebody, and saying, "Hey, I can do the thing that you need me to do, but I can do it in one half the time. And here's how I can save you some money." And then you go on and do 3 more jobs like that and make more money as well. So it's not a matter of, you know, um, like reducing the amount of work that's out there. I would say the complete opposite. I think there's a lot more stuff in our industry needs doing than is getting done currently. This is just one more piece in the evolution of doing more with less. And that is my last slide. I'll leave it with that and take any questions or any comments that you guys might have at this time.
Well, first, I want to thank you for that information. That is a lot of great information. Are there any questions from anybody that we can answer? Or
I can go through the chat, or what's the best way? I mean, did you want to moderate these, or?
Sure. Either let's see. Everybody is able to speak up. I do see one question in the chat from Dana Brewer at Computer Information Systems.
Mm-hmm.
And she's stating that they are an awesome IT managed services provider specializing in helping architecture and engineering construction firms level up their technology. We hope we help you do more with their technology. Okay, all right, less than simple. So anyhow, it's good information about computer information stations services that are available to BART and to CM teams in general. And let me see if there are mics. Anybody whose mics, feel free to speak if you're able to. And I guess I'm allowing mics. Pardon me for not being as quick as I could about that. If you have a question, feel free to raise your hand. You can speak, or we can take that from the chat. I see a comment from Dr. Gail Crooms, thanking us for the information, that it was great. She asked a question about the management side. I'm always told when you learn everything, you will be valuable.
Right.
Good information. Yeah, so I guess that's
There's one on the
basically.
CM, I think, from John Weber's, maybe.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So I think the question um, is the RFP going to specify the product? And I've seen it both ways. I think increasingly owners, BART included, will specify for, the document handling system because they're looking for the consistency on that. As far as like the more integrated thing, like the Procores and what have you, those I've seen it both ways. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I think there's certainly an advantage for using the more bells and whistles version, but you need to temper that with the connectivity issue, right? I think it's more important to be consistent with the rest of the project than it probably is to have 9 or 10 other functions, right? So we didn't really get into that when we talked about it, but in my experience, the most useful part of that is the interoperability part, right? It's the ability for me to get an RFI, answer an RFI, track an RFI, all in the same format as you're using, right? But I have seen it the other way too, right? Sometimes they leave that open, and then In that case, it's usually the contractor that sort of drives the choice of software.
Okay, and I see Dr. Crooms has her hand up, and I've enabled your mic if you'd like to just ask the question.
My question is, how expensive is the software? Because when I ask my contractors to get some of the software, they say, "Oh, it's very expensive." But I see them dropping $30,000-$40,000 on equipment, but I don't know how expensive is this software.
And by this, you're talking about what I was talking about, CM.
Yes.
Yeah. Totally depends. When I say cheap, maybe you're right. I should qualify what cheap means. Generally, some of this stuff is like single digit thousands for the initial license, and then if you have an office with less than 3 users, they usually let you run it like that. And if you have more than that, then you're getting up into the tens of thousands. But single digit thousands typically for some of this, and then there's usually an annual fee that is depending on the software provider is usually relatively cheap. Now, the thing that I will mention is that most of these providers do offer deals for they're not charging you the same amount they're going to charge AECOM. Partially because they're using it at a higher level, but also they do give breaks to women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, smaller businesses. So that you should ask about it. And then very often, what I would say is that most of this software, Procore as an example, has a version that doesn't have every single bell and whistle, but will allow you to operate completely interchangeably with the person who does. Right. So I think I would read into that because sometimes, like Bluebeam would be another classic example, right? You can get the like basic. Actually, they used to give you the basic model for free. Now I think they charge you a small amount. But we're talking like hundreds of dollars, not thousands of dollars. Or you can go to the next level. So I mean, it just depends what you're doing, right? Like if you're the designer of record, you may want to invest in the $20,000 version. But if you're using it to just look at plumbing, I would strongly recommend that you look at that sort of lower cost alternative because it's quite reasonable. It's about the same price as like a PDF license is these days. So it's not zero, right? Like if you get 4 or 5 of these, it can rack up. But BART will generally let you put this in there in your overhead calc if that's how you're doing business. And then as you said, I mean, we're an industry that has no problem spending 60, 70, $80,000 on some relatively simple machinery that we use, for one job and then put in a pile. But, sometimes on this stuff, we're really hesitant to spend more than $0.
Okay.
But you can Google a lot of those. But what I would recommend is if you're on any of the big ones, I would call the representative. I'd call them and say, "This is my situation. What do you guys have?" And they're usually more than happy because where these companies make their money really is on the customization. So
Right.
if you're willing to not do that, and I mean, I don't care what the header looks like on my software. That's where you can be quite reasonable. If you need it customized, that's different. Then you're going to be paying by the hour, and then that gets very expensive. And that's what the big kids do. They customize it because they have their own proprietary stuff, and so that's why you'll hear these horror stories where people spend, literally millions on software.
Got it. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions that we can answer today, this morning? Well, I believe that will conclude our presentation for the morning then.
All right.
There
Thank
seems
you,
to be a couple
Rafael.
There seems to
Sorry.
be, I thought there were a couple of hands raised, but it looks like they're down. Okay.
No, I don't see any last chance for any questions. Okay, well, the presentation will be available. We're going to post this on our SBSS website, so feel free to refer to that. I'll have a PDF available of the presentation if you'd like. A copy of that, you can reach out to me. Other than that, thank you for joining us this morning. And if you need any assistance with any of your projects, I mean, that's what we're here for. Of course, pre-award and post-award services to help you get work and successfully complete your work. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Nice job, Rafael. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody who
Bye.
attended.